Hello everybody and welcome to Ale Open 2025. We're visiting Nuhl, Sweden. We're about 30 minutes away from Gothenburg, which is the largest town nearby, largest city, should I say. Those scenics there, Jani, they looked pretty awesome, but I hear we might have some rain coming. Welcome to the booth, Jani Länsiö.
Thank you, Epe. Yeah, indeed. We are hearing it's going to be a rainy day in Sweden, at least for the first day, and maybe for the third day too. I hope tomorrow will be a better weather, but this will be a factor today, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and it might be with us for the whole weekend also. I really don't know what's going on, but we'll hear more news as the day goes by. And as always, we have our own reporter there on the field. We have Andrew Gum giving us some insights about the players and what's going on. So Andy, welcome to the picture. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, doing absolutely wonderful. It rained quite heavy overnight, but at the moment it's clear. It's looking like pretty heavy showers coming. I'm standing on top of the rooftop terrace here for the OTB Europe headquarters. They had their grand opening for the Pro Shop last Friday. It's a really great place to be. They got good facilities here now. Best course in the world, I would say, and it's a beautiful complex to play disc golf. And yeah, we're looking forward to some really good action. Players seem to be ready for the possible rain. And yeah, we'll have to see how it goes, but definitely going to see some great action out here today, despite the weather.
Thank you, Andrew. It's great to have you on the show. And I believe you visited this place earlier. You were here last year also. There are some changes to the course, at least regarding to the FPO layout. Can you tell me something about that?
Yes, I think the FPO changes are really good. They've shortened it up quite a bit. Last year's winner, Silva Saarinen, was +5 total. This year I'm expecting we're going to see under par scores most certainly. I would say quite a bit more scoreable on most of those long, especially the like tough par threes, and there's a couple of par changes as well. So yeah, I think it's going to be really exciting for the viewers, and everybody I spoke to on the FPO field was very happy with the changes as well.
Thank you once again, Andy. I mean, Jani, we are visiting a place that is kind of different from a couple of weeks back where we were in Konopiste then, and now we're faced with some difficult decisions by our players. And thank you, Andy, once again. We are gonna get in contact with you when we get to those holes in the woods and in the open. These players really need to give us very, very big variety of shots at this event.
Yeah, absolutely. And Konopiste was all about, well, not all about, but mostly about distance. Lots of open fairways, plenty of room to navigate your shots. You could basically do whatever you wanted. Here, it's pretty straightforward. Once you step on the tee pad, you know what you want. And the course will tell you, no questions about it. I think this will come down to your control shots. Of course you need distance, but you need to place the first shot on the preferred landing zone to get the look for the approach and for the putt. But there's really not much to do but to follow along the course. The decision is made for you.
And those decisions require the current conditions, because you can face the situation that you have to switch your plan. But we're gonna check out the current conditions at this point. Yeah, I saw a video in our producement chat about those rainy clouds that are headed towards us, and those current conditions are looking pretty tough with those showers. And we're gonna toss it down to Andrew Gum. Tell us about the conditions at this moment and upcoming moments.
Yeah, as you said, the forecast looks pretty bleak. The radar is looking quite difficult for the remainder of the day, but as for right now, it's quite comfortable. As I said, really heavy showers overnight. but then the sun even kind of broke out for a little bit this morning. Right now it's pretty comfortable, not so much wind, which is really helpful. On this course, when the wind picks up, it can get quite difficult, especially with all the elevation changes and the way that it comes through the property. Right now I'd say it's pretty good scoring conditions, and as long as it stays dry, which it looks like it might for this FPO field for the majority of their round, I think we're going to see some really hot scores out here.
Well, let's talk about this course a bit. It was based in March 2013 by 3 disc golf enthusiasts, and right away they started to build those 2 layouts, the yellow and the white. And today at this event and for the past events we have been visiting the white layout, which has reached the ranked number 2 in all of the disc golf courses in the world. Here are some events and the champions from those past events.
Yeah, absolutely. This course and all of the area is designed for disc golf, which makes it so far not a unique place, but certainly stands out among all courses in the world, which are public forests, public parks with disc golf baskets and tee pads. But this place has been developed for disc golf, and it's really awesome to see the game develop quite fast, actually, during the last 20 years.
And we are playing Disc Golf Pro Tour Europe, and we are gonna have these players gather points for this DGPT Europe season. And the season is constructed of 5 DGPT Elite Series events and 7 Q Series events, 2 of which those Q Series have been played already, the Scottish Open and the Meadows in Sweden, and 1 Elite Series of the Konopiste a couple of weeks back was played. We still have many more events coming up on Disc Golf Network and on DGPT Europe. Here are the point standings for the FPO at this moment. Rachel Turton with 1 win, 1 running up position, has gathered 303 points. Olivia Chinstead only 6 points back of Rachel, and the 13-year-old Julia Fors on the 3rd position, and we're going to talk a lot about her today.
Oh yeah, it's very fascinating to see a lot of young talents out of Europe tackle the course. Of course, Julia Fors, the youngest and, well, one of the most promising talents in the FPO pool, but of course Ida-Emilie Nesse. Was she 16?
I believe, yeah.
Yeah, only 16 and already grinding on tour. Lots of great finishes so far. Yeah, it's gonna be a very fascinating round to see how these young talents can challenge Christine Latz. So far, pretty dominant performance.
Showing us the peak elite in professional disc golf. That is Kristin Latt, giving these FPO players a big-time challenge. She took down the European Pro Tour event in 2018. I believe her score was 9 over par. Then played the MPO layout, and last year it was Silva Saarinen's start of the Silva Summer, as we call it. This was one of the first events she was victorious in, and her score was 5 strokes over par after the tournament was over. Now the layout has been changed a bit, and we are expecting some scores under par after 3 days. And we're gonna see the tee-off of the second feature card in the FPO for this Ale Open 2025. Katie Tätte from Estonia, Sonja Laine from Finland, Rachel Turton in the picture now from United Kingdom, and Hilde Horhorst from the Netherlands, of course.
Also very exciting to see new players and new countries even on the coverage. I can't recall seeing any Dutch players so far, either on the MPO or the FPO side, so welcome the Netherlands.
Here we go, Jani. Let's see Let's see how the Ale Open turns out. I mean, we can also see Heidi Laine there, but she's not playing.
Yeah, unfortunately, there was some kind of a
It's time
knee
for the
injury
9:40
that
tea time for the
developed
FPO
over
field.
last year
First
and
up on
early
tea,
this year. And
sponsored
she
by
had to
Latitude
take
64 from
a big
Estonia.
surgery.
Let's
And
welcome
now
Katie
probably this summer
Tete.
will go. So we're just waiting for her recovery.
Katie Tätte first on the tee.
Needs to fade back to the left. Yes.
Second one to
That
the
is a fine
tee,
shot.
representing
Yeah, par is-
Finland. Let's welcome
Par is the
Sonja
thing you want here.
Laine.
You don't need to go risky here.
If you were still unaware of, Sonja Laine is actually the little sister to Heidi Laine. Mid low. Ooh. Stays in.
Third one on the box, sponsored by Prodigy Discs from the United Kingdom. Welcome Rachel Turton.
Multiple-time national champion of the United Kingdom. Turton is known of her distance. And she takes the conservative route to play this with 3 2 putt.
Last one to the box, sponsored by Discraft Underground from the Netherlands. Give an extra warm applause, turning 25 today. Let's welcome Hilde Kohlhaas.
Happy birthday, Hilde. Throwing standstill, and this is headed left.
I believe that went OB. It looked really bad from the get-go.
It was the first nervous stroke. Yes, I know.
It might be a nice warm-up for Heidi Laine to take this course with those, those supporting elements. Well,
Yeah, a lot of elevation on this course. It'll be a workout.
here you can see some highlights from the past events. 2018 Euro Pro Tour.
And back then only 909 rated. Now, of course, almost 100 rating points higher.
Kristin really showed her skills. One of the first times on camera, I believe, for this kind of a tournament.
Yeah, it was back then when she really made her name internationally.
Silla Saarinen, of course, showing her skills last year. This video coming from MDG Media, who's also producing the post-production coverage from this event, and I believe from all those DGPT Europe events. Hilde was out of bounds on the first one. This needs to stop.
Struggling with the early release, big time.
Staying in bounds.
And this is a tough hole to start. If you don't quite get the feel for this first shot, you'll be in trouble because a lot of OBs, you don't need to miss a lot when you miss it OB already. Birdies are really rare on this hole. I'm not sure if there are any birdies so far in the FPO.
Turton approaching circle's edge. And Hold My Bag is back again. It is a fantasy disc golf game, and they will have over 3,600 in cash prizes, including a $1,000 top prize for the Preserve Championship, which is coming ahead. And the draft is open now, so you can make your picks from today. That's holdmybagdg.com. Make sure to visit there to make your picks. So Alina approaching the basket here on number 1. This hole is the same for both FPO and MPO division. As you told us, Jani, very challenging hole.
Yeah, it takes about 130 meter shot off the tee. 145 meters on paper, but it has a lot of downhill. So I would say about 130 meters is what you want. And of course you want to navigate avoiding the OBs, which makes it a little bit nervy, and of course it's the first shot of the day, so you got some extra shake on your hand. So no wonder you want to play it very safe to avoid a disaster for the start of your round.
Horhurst. Nice height on the putt, misses the basket from the right.
And Rachel Turton left herself a tester putt to start her round. And the basket is on a small mount. So you really want to hit the cage at least. Nicely done.
And this is something we saw from Rachel from Konopiste also. She started really strong, and then something happened in the last part of the tournament.
Yeah, consistency is probably the thing that keeps herself from winning more than she already does. But so far looking good.
Horhurst. Some early jitters on the putting green.
Nerves.
Yeah, acknowledging that herself there. Not easy playing in the video card for the first time, I assume.
She's in. With these last putts, the Ale Open has officially started for the FPO. One card remaining on the tee, number 1, and that will be the first feature card. Some great action coming in there. Kristin Latt, Silva Saarinen, Ida-Emilie Nesse and Julia Fors. This is gonna be a great tournament.
legends built it. The next generation is elevating it. The most dominant team in disc golf history just got deeper. World champions, record breakers, the future of the game, united under one banner. This isn't just competition, it's a legacy in motion. This is the next chapter. Discraft, built for flight.
If you want to know what a disc is going to feel like before you get it, you have to check out OTB disc. The first thing I'm looking for when I grab a new disc is the feel of the disc. It's got to be confidence instilled. Virtually in your hand tells you what the disc is going to feel like, how heavy it's going to be. It's everything you want to know before it shows up to your house.
It's really, really helpful in not only finding a disc that looks beautiful, but is also exactly what you're looking for it to feel like. Of course, when you're dealing with OTB, you're going to get only the best.
I'm Jason, and I'm the Marketing and Promotions Manager for Zig Outdoor, and this is the Transit Cart. One of the unique features with the Transit Cart is the ability to load discs from the top. All of my discs are right there, readily accessible. Another great feature of the Transit Cart is the extra storage space down below, and the telescoping handle can fit to any height that I might need. The Transit Cart is a great option for people who are looking for additional storage, ease of use, and accessibility.
Four players remaining on the tee number 1 for the FPO coverage at the Ale Open 2025. Here is the leaderboard at this moment. We are gonna talk very much about young up-and-coming European FPO disc golfers. Ida Lehtomäki is one of them, but we are not having her on the coverage as of yet, that is.
Not yet.
But we are gonna have one 13-year-old Swede on the coverage.
Yeah, Julia Fors. We actually had a glimpse of her a couple of weeks ago in Konopiste. Sadly, we couldn't see much of her play, but the shots we saw were super convincing, especially for a 13-year-old kid.
This is from the Q Series, the Eastern Meadows Open, played last weekend, and Julia Fors took it down.
Nicely done. And just judging by her form, she really knows how to move the body, move the disc. But of course, it's for us, we haven't seen her play. And it's typical that when you're young, you don't have the kind of a philosophy in your game that secures consistent performances, such as we've seen from Kristin Latt. But for a 13-year-old, I would say Julia Fors is easily the most talented FPO player I've ever seen.
And she's headed towards the same kind of a career that her fellow player in the first feature card, Ida Emilie Nesse, has had. She's been on the field many years already, although she's just 16. And about 2 years ago, she was playing, I believe it was the PCS Sula Open then, and she really challenged those top positions then. And both of those players are very enjoyable to watch. They have high control over the disc and those upshots and putting too.
Yeah, I seem to enjoy the game a lot. I'm just checking the statistics on PGA.com. It says Nesse has won 50% of her tournaments. So that's quite a stat there. Julia Fors also almost 50% of the 51 tournaments. She's been to 21 wins, and Ida Emilie Nesse has competed in 49 events, taking down 24 of them.
Annika Christiansen Steen being, I believe, the most famous Norwegian FPO player, but Ida Emilie Nesse she's coming in hot.
Oh yeah, up and coming for sure. And of course, took down 4th place a couple of weeks ago in Konopiste, as we see here. With a great upshot on the 17th hole, securing the 4th place. Lots of interesting players we have here.
I believe Nesse was not at the Eastern Meadows tournament 1 week back, and neither was Kristin or Silva, and that at this point that might be the top battle we are gonna see. We predicted that for the Konopiste and we got it.
Yeah, I mean Kristin was pretty dominant there.
And this course is kind of different, and these up-and-coming younger players can also give us and you on the other side of the screen a big-time surprise if they play solid.
Yeah, this is a whole new skill sets that the course demands from the players. You really need to have good placement shots, lots of recovery shots, I assume.
Yeah, it is not all about putting here, as we can see from the GMC last year. From that coverage, then we have the 2025 MCO coverage on your screen. Kristin has taken the longer stick, so to say, from Silva many times.
Yeah, so far Silva has been the challenger. Well, it seems like everybody on the FPO field are the challengers to this lady. She's been so dominant the last couple of years. And I may just point out yet again, when she first won here in 2018, she was 909 rated.
She's not anymore.
Not anymore, but Julia Fors is actually 909 rated. So
really?
I'm just drawing parallels here. Is that an omen? I don't know.
I mean, could be. Let's make a storyline out of that.
Yeah.
Here are some statistics from Statmando considering Lat and Saarinen. Yeah, Silva's doing her very best, and last season and the season in 2023, those were the big time stories for Silva Saarinen. She's been upping her game every single year, and the last off season, I believe she's actually gathered more distance on her throw. She wasn't really famous of that.
Yeah, a little bit of distance for sure. The putting game is of course what she's known for. Lots of long putts. She doesn't have the sidearm. I believe she just barely throws. Only when she's at gunpoint, she has to go for the sidearm. Here you need recovery shots. Sidearm would come in handy plenty of times.
All right, Jani, let's go to tee number 1 for the first feature card on the FPO.
Okay, it's time for the feature card of the FPO field. Teeing off first, sponsored by Latitude 64 from Estonia. Let's welcome Kristin Lett. Next up on tee, sponsored by MVP Disc Sports from Finland, let's welcome Silva Saarinen. Third one to tee, sponsored by Innova, representing Norway. Welcome, Ida Emily Nesse. Last one on the box, sponsored by Discraft from Sweden. Welcome, Julia Bosch.
Good luck,
There
ladies.
it is.
Good luck. Have a good round.
The FPO first feature card is off. Wow, we have a lot to talk about. But first, there's one little thing we're gonna have to mention about Kristin Lett. And here is her daily fantasy position this weekend for the Ale Open. To participate in regulated sports, wagering on DGPT events, or to play DGPT Daily Fantasy, head over to nxtbets.com/playdgpt. 1.5 is her position at this moment. Visit the webpage to learn more or scan the QR code. The first appearance on live Disc Golf Network video card for Julia Fors. And I'm so glad to see her on the coverage. And now we're gonna see Ida Lehtomäki putting for par. Good looking stroke there on the putting. Staying at -2 for the round. Fors kind of showed us why she's here.
A beautifully executed shot. Right in the center of the fairway. Unfortunately, the young Norwegian went OB with a little bit of too much turnover in that shot, leaving herself a tricky up shot for a bogey.
Which she makes perfectly. That's gonna be just a tap in. I'm having tough time to recall, was it Nestori Tuhkanen or Daniel Davidson at the Konopiste Open when they had the bogey on number 1 and then after that just birdies days on end. And you never should get your feelings down if you get a bogey on number 1. We're gonna see how Nesse tackles this obstacle as Julia Fors approaches the basket and hits the rocks on the base. She's gonna have about 4-meter putt left for the putt.
There are plenty of bogeys to come.
As we see these upshots from the first feature card, we're gonna toss it down to Andrew Gum. I believe he has some more information about the carpentry and woodwork. I mean, the gate on the tee number 1, that's magnificent. Andy, can you tell us something more?
Yeah, this place is more than just an amazing disc golf complex. It's also like a wood and rock sculpture art gallery, I would say. Every tee, every green, there's just really nice artwork. There's a Swiss artist, Mikkel, on site here. He's been at it for months, you know, adding more and more beautiful pieces of art to this property. And it's really nice details all over. You see really good, not just great tee pads and benches and things, but beautiful artwork as well. A lot of Easter eggs out there. Keep your eyes open as we move through the course. You're going to see some really, really cool stuff on this one.
Thank you, Andy. Yeah, this place looks beautiful in camera, and I've been hearing stories that if there's one place in, at least in Sweden, that you have to visit, there's the Järva that has a big time stories to be told, and then we have Ale. Julia, unfortunate miss.
First hole jitters, I call. Unfortunate bogey to start her round.
She has the home crowd with her. Looking very relaxed and casual. Although missing that kind of a short putt. Yeah, that might have been about 5 to 6 meters. Let's go back to Ida Lehtomäki. She's currently teeing off on hole 5. For the FPO and MPO, both, it's par 3, 112 meters downhill. Oh, look at this. Just a bit long. Stops on the backstop.
How did it go that far?
How did it go that far? Well, you can most definitely control the disc and throw far, Ida. That was the elevation that might have gotten to you. Now this one for birdie. About circle's edge for the 2. Just a bit high. Settles down to about 5 meters.
Beautiful ground here in Ale.
You had a great point earlier, Jani, about the fact that we are very... we have many events on the Pro Tour when we visit those courses that are built on ball golf courses or abandoned ball golf courses. But here it's kind of a mixed to the other way around.
Yeah, this is a beautiful mix of forest and park and traditional ball golf course. Got plenty of trees, plenty of elevation, some big rocks too. But mainly very open fairways, very clear, straightforward shots. You know what you want, you don't have to guess the fairways. It's pretty self-evident from the get-go where you want to hit. And that's not where you want it to go. That's way off the fairway, but I'm sure there is some kind of a gap.
Kristin Ladd going big off the tee and misses the gap early. It's going to be a tough one. Nesse taking as much distance as she can. Maybe a bit too much. Yep, that's going to be a really tough position to continue from. Silva is almost perfect on the gap, and she has that turnover backhand putter upshot to the pin, which shouldn't be a problem at all. And Force giving her everything to this shot, and she's in the perfect possible position. Very solid start from the Force, although had to make one extra putt. Green number 1. The tee shot was still very, very good. Back to Lehtomäki for par.
Oh. Left side hit. Can't stay in.
Another match play is coming up, and this time we're gonna visit the Preserve Airborne Disc Golf. And the match play thing is, it is a season-long format, and your favorite players are competing head-to-head at these special events, and you can catch all the action live next Thursday on Disc Golf Network or the DGPT YouTube. So spectator tickets for match play events are also on sale now, and make sure to visit dgpt.com for more information about those.
The crowds are already gathering here in the early Friday morning.
The home crowd for the young Swede has gathered, and it's a joyful thing to see. Now Ladd actually finds a gap.
There is a gap.
And is she going for this? For there is a backstop. No, she's not.
Well, she got a bit lucky there with the first shot. Could have executed the second shot a whole lot better. She's still looking at a par here. Forced recovery shot for the young Norwegian. She'll have to play for bogey.
Now Saarinen. Needs to turn more. Oh, doesn't hit a tree, and now she's actually fine.
There are a lot of guardian trees on this course, not only on this hole. It's very typical. Your approach shot might look pretty good out of the hand, but all of a sudden there is this last guardian tree robbing away your birdie or the bogey. And of course this is a par 4, so of course Ida Emily Nesse is playing for the par. I misspoke earlier.
Oh, that is a beautiful shot in the bullseye.
Yeah, there is the backstopper, which makes it a little bit safer to go for the basket.
Kristin Latt still has about 7 to 8 meters uphill putt. Ooh, and now stop, don't roll, which is fine.
A very steep uphill putt. Had to put a little bit more steam. She really wanted to.
Saarinen putting up next.
Ooh, very casual.
My goodness. Well, proving it once again that if you hit the band, you can still go inside the basket.
Oh yeah, you don't even need to change.
Just don't miss low and you're fine. Force. Great birdie. Make that bogey on hole number 1 go away. Nesse and Latt will pick up the par. And Saarinen, great putt, but just a bit high, and she was...
Well, she'll take it.
Yeah. Feeling the adrenaline when it hits the band, but still falls in.
We are outside.
We are together.
Oh my!
We are healthy.
We are inclusive.
Smile.
Smile. You are playing
Disc golf.
PDGA Europe.
Smile.
Some of my favorite discs in my bag are the A-Series discs. They're the ones I lean on to get close to the basket. These are torque-resistant discs, provide a consistent fade at the end of the flight. The best way to find your flight is to get out and use these discs yourself.
We are back at Ale. Silva Saarinen driving her way on hole number 3. Oh, gets a 3 hit, and which color is the flag?
I'm afraid it's gonna be red.
The spotter gives us the cross, so he will not call that. They're gonna have to travel down and see for themselves.
And a power drive from young Force. Going across the OB into the safe zone.
Latt.
Going with a big hyzer shot. Nicely done, middle of the fairway, leaving herself a pretty easy upshot. Also Nesse looking for a hyzer route. Giving plenty of air to the disc.
Is it too much
too
air?
much. It's green. All good.
BGN Pro events coming up. European Disc Golf Festival, the PDGA Masters Disc Golf World Championships, and some more. So upgrade to BGN Pro for exclusive live coverage on some of these exciting upcoming events. Don't miss a single throw, more rounds, more action all season long. Make sure to subscribe or upgrade now. Another Norwegian we were talking about moments ago, Anniken Christiansen Steen, opting for the forehand throw in the hole 7. If I say this one correctly, yes. And Olivia Chinstead from Finland, runner-up for Silva Saarinen last year at this Ale Open. Turning this one over to the right and gets a red flag. Unfortunate. We are now observing I believe Silva's disc. Yeah, she's stuck in the tree and now they have to consider. We're gonna toss it down to Andrew Gum. Andy, can you find a spot to tell us something more about this situation? So the disc is stuck in the tree and I believe there is a decision to make.
Yeah, it's stuck way up in the tree right above the OB line, so the group is deliberating. Haven't made a decision yet. We have 2 safes, and Kristen approves as well, so they're going to give it to her, benefit of the player. And that's in bounds for Silva Saarinen.
Thank you, Andy, for being right in the action there. Still a difficult throw coming up. Plenty of distance to cover with this upshot.
Plenty of distance to play, and that's not it.
Or circle's edge, I would call that.
Left a lot to desire, I would say.
Yep. She wanted it closer for sure, and now Silverlat and some others coming to figure out if Silva's actually able to get that disc back. But she might have to go at least some of the next holes without that one.
She really needs that disc.
Fly the drone into it.
Well, we hope she'll get it. Seems like.
Luckily, we got professional gymnasts / mountain climbers in the PDGA staff.
Yeah, Calixto is taking the effort and going up there, while we are seeing Ida Emilie Nesse throw her second. This was a solid shot off the tee, and this is looking great. That's because it is.
That's how you do it.
I don't know if this retriever is long enough, but you could try.
It's a long one too.
Nesse offering her retriever, but yeah, that's still not long enough. Rachel Turton in the picture now, putting 4. She made the par. And Force. Look at that! I mean, she had the tree right in front of her, and she was able to get the distance right. And the forehand flick into perfection. Nice throwing there. And Lat giving a bit of a run.
Yeah, very, very touchy sidearm approach. Not sure if she ran it, but that was exactly what she wanted. An easy birdie. Silva still has some putting to do.
About 13 to 14 meters left. Now
Well,
this
a bit
time,
high.
This
again.
time too high.
Again.
Yeah. Currently still 1 down for the round. She's most definitely going to take a par. Force takes the birdie from bullseye, and she's gonna end up 1 down for the round. 2 birdies in a row for the young Swede. Lat also parked for her first birdie. Still will go even for the round, and so will do Nesse.
So far the weather is also a lot better than anticipated, and really not much wind. So we might see quite a few under the par scores after the round. I hope so.
We do hope so. We're gonna take a flyover of hole 4, sponsored by Zenni eyewear for everyone. The fans can use code DGPT for 10% off of their first product.
Yeah, this is a hole where you really need a good placement right after the first bush, maybe a little bit on the right side, to have a look at this gap here. And you need to pierce the gap with your second shot to get a decent look for your birdie. And remember, the basket is on a mount, so it's a tough spot.
Still no birdies on hole number 4. Currently 37% of the players gone through this hole have taken the par, and the rest have taken something worse. Current leaderboard, Sintija from Latvia having the lead with 3 down. Lesberga also in her first times on the live coverage. Julia Fors on the tee of 4. Almost picture perfect. She's cleared the bush and she's staring at the gap. Needs solid distance still to get to the basket. Lat. Similar looking shot. This is more stable.
Yeah, needs to stop before the OB line.
Ooh.
Does so, just barely. Enough is enough.
Nesse.
This is not looking good. This is too high,
Needs to
unfortunately.
stop. Yep. Another out of bounds stroke for Norwegian.
Yeah, and the drop zone is not the easiest.
You are definitely correct there. Saarinen
taking no risks here, just low. A lot to the right side, avoids the OB at all costs, but ends up in a troublesome place.
Now that Silva has gathered some distance on her throw, I'm anticipating that she's also going to move towards more stable discs. She's really known for to throw those very unstable ones. She likes to throw hyzer flips and those turnovers, and now that she has more power, she could really use some of those very overstable discs too, to make sure that she doesn't overturn some of these, for example, these downhill shots. As for what comes to this specific fairway, she really doesn't want to take the out of bounds left, so that is the reason why she wanted to go straight or even turn to the right.
Well, I'm not sure if this is any better than an OB shot and a look from the drop zone, because this is a tricky spot. You definitely cannot get to the basket from here. Just to clear the OB takes some courage. Is very disappointed, I can see it from Silva's body language. This is not what she wanted.
Yeah. Avoiding the out of bounds came with the cost.
Yeah.
Nesse now on the drop zone, doesn't go for the basket. Very understandable. It's very far away. She has one small tree to mess with in her upshot. That's gonna be bogey at best for Nesse. How about Julia Fors? Great shot off the tee. Goes for the par.
Goes for the par, yes. This is a smart play. Yeah. Mitt i bana. Straight on the fairway.
Perfect control of the hyzer. The stability of the disc was very correctly chosen. Yeah, and Kristin even doesn't have to.
Yeah, I think it's inbounds.
Yeah,
I mean, the rim of the disc is inbounds, and that's enough.
Yep. And these are the situations that you need to have an official call from the card.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
And I mean, that's so safe. She had at least one more centimeter before any discussions. Yeah, she knows she took a too big of a risk, but at this time she doesn't have to pay any extra. Another spot that she might not have practiced from. This is such a long way to the left, and there is that one tree in the middle, and now she has to decide. If she goes for the sidearm, she has practically two rows. The turnover and the sweeping hyzer. And Lat really, I feel she prefers those forehand up shots.
Absolutely, yeah. Not still quite sure if she can reach the basket from here.
Going for the sweeper.
She needs to pierce the gap, and this is too short.
Ah.
Giving herself a long look. Uphill, of course. It's a risky look, but look still.
Here is Sintija Klesberga from Latvia, throwing her third shot on hole 12, currently leading the tournament. Oh, hits a tree in the corner. And Silva threw out of bounds on her second, and now she's in trouble. She doesn't have a clear way to the basket. Does she take some risks? No.
Nope. But even that shot is not a given.
Yeah.
So it'll be a double bogey at best from there.
Yeah, that's still gonna be a tough upshot. She doesn't, if she doesn't utilize the forehand. Get it at the tee of 6. Oh, this needs to hold the turn. It does actually stay in. No, just out of bounds long. This hole number 6, it's all about the height control.
Mm-hmm.
And is Turton going for the forehand? She actually is not. Interesting. I anticipated that option for her, and this is low enough. This still needs to hold the turn. Seems good. It's a green flag and the claps. Parting for birdie. And here's what Nesse has left on 4. A flick, and in the bullseye, parking the par. Excuse me, the bogey, for she was on the drop zone. And Saarinen, can she see the basket? Yes, she can. Putting for her 5th. It's going to be a tap in 6 for Saarinen. She's going to end up 1 over par for the round. Back to 6 with...
Oh, it's the invisible branch.
And that is out of bounds. The island hole number 6 can bring you some tough times. There's 10-meter drop in the elevation there. Julia Force makes it good on her 3rd shot, and now Lat has a putt for birdie. Is she going for it? No, absolutely not. Not at this stage of the tournament.
Nah, settles for the par. Can't blame her.
And Force cards the par, as she painted herself to do.
Yeah, that's what you want from this hole. Is one of the toughest, no doubt. Here demonstrated by Silva. A double bogey on this hole is no exception.
That's picking up the par. The spectators are rounding up these feature cards.
And indeed, it's a holiday in Sweden because it's the Swedish National Day, celebrated on June 6th each year. To commemorate the election of King Gustav Vasa in 1523, who laid the foundations of modern Sweden. And of course the Constitution in 1809. So happy National Day to our fellow neighbors.
Happy National Day. 2 years ago they had their 500th National Day. We'll have a short break on the Disc Golf Network and we'll be right back.
Bend the reality of what a disc can be and discover ultra soft plastic. With its extreme flexibility and tackiness, Ultra Soft has the best grip and flex of any plastic Prodigy has ever made. Take on cold or wet weather with confidence behind every shot. We are excited to add 300 Ultra Soft to the lineup, which joins 400 and 500 Ultra Soft. Check out the entire collection today on ProdigyDisc.com or your local retailer.
What's going on, guys? Hold My Bag just launched the greatest disc golf fantasy game in the universe.
Hold My Bag just dropped the best fantasy disc golf game the planet has ever seen.
I want to tell you guys about the newest disc golf fantasy game on the market.
One of my favorite parts is the Hold My Bag. This is something that we started doing, and it's actually a lot of fun.
We are back. Julia Fors on the tee on hole number 5. Par 3, 92 meters.
No OBs to worry about, finally. But there are a lot of guardian trees. You need to really pierce the gap or face a tree hit.
For most of these players, the goal might be to land the disc before the basket and slide down on the ground.
Yes, exactly like Kristin is demonstrating here.
Just about like this.
Yeah, that's how you do it. And it's a little bit uphill also. Just a little bit, but still.
Nesse needs to turn, needs to hold, and needs to stop. Beautiful shot from Nesse.
Cannot do better than that.
I mean, I can't figure out a better way to spend your National Day holiday than to come to see the best FPO disc golf in Europe on one of the best courses in the world. Silva Saarinen, the master of turnovers, actually turns it a bit too much and the disc doesn't glide, so that's about 12 meters left for Saarinen. And Nesse only needed one shot for this hole right here, number 5 at Ale. Got the turn, got the glide, got the slide, and got the bullseye. You can use the code DGPT for 25% off of their order of your order at oneshotenergy.com. They have a large variety of all kinds of snacks and juice on the website. Force a bit on the left side, and she has a look for the birdie. If she cleared those first 2 trees on the left. Let's see about that. It's gonna be Silva Saarinen first.
A long look, not a chance. She went for it, but got nothing.
Is there something that we should think about Silva turning immediately away when the disc leaves her hand?
She knew it right out of the hand that it's not going in anyway.
I'm wondering if she's showing us some clear frustration in the first 4 to 5 holes of the tournament. That doesn't seem the best possible mindset to have on the first day.
A bit of a comebacker, not too much, but a little bit. No worries there.
That's a par. lat. 4 meters left. In the basket.
Good birdie, important birdie. To get the birdie train going.
Nesse and Force tapping in. Nesse got the birdie. She's now back even par for the day. And take a look at the second feature card. Teeing off on hole 7. Sonja Laine currently 1 down for the round. Is this on the fairway? This is a long par 5. For the FPO it's 234 meters. Laine clips a branch but clears the tree. She's on the fairway. Tätte next up. Tätte also sitting 1 down for the day. Goes from the right.
It's a bit overcooked. And that is no bueno.
Rachel Turton still doesn't have a birdie today. 2 bogeys. She's 2 over par. She needs 1 desperately to get her thing going. I believe we are seeing rain in the picture. The jackets have come out for the players and we are seeing some umbrellas.
Oh, this is headed for the OB.
Oh!
Luckily skips out.
Hits a tree and stops about 1.5 meters off the out of bounds. Back on 6th, Kristin.
This is a risky play because a sidearm will have a stronger skip. The ground play can be deceiving, and indeed, it is a red flag.
So Kristin Latt out of bounds, and she's headed to the drop zone, which is located on the right side of the green, looking from the tee.
This is looking way too high.
And kind of hot. Stop! Nope.
What was this?
Very, very hot, and glides over the island.
Was a total misfire.
The line seemed correct, but the height must have been the error there for Nesse.
There was way too much power. It was like 30 meters long.
Force clearly lower. This is looking great.
Yeah, it needs to stop quickly. And it didn't stop.
Gets the red flag. 3 shots out of bounds. Very, very interesting for the first feature card. I'm also well, I'm not surprised about these backhand shots.
This is looking better.
Silva
just needs to stop quickly.
In the air, and
it does. Okay.
Yeah, she makes it good.
Yeah, we got 1 in bounds.
Yeah. If you have the forehand shot with a slower disc, it really fits on this hole well. The backhand shot is tricky, and Saarinen might have actually skipped over the... No, she lands in the island.
Yeah.
At first it looked like she got the kiss from the tree logs that surround the island. 1 putt coming up for the birdie, and 3 people going to the drop zone. And the first feature card still holds their umbrellas tightly. They are ready to open them, but still not rainy enough for them.
Just a few droplets. Probably nothing to worry about at this point. And I certainly hope the weather stays like this, because it's so much easier for the players, and thus we see better scores.
Players checking if Julia Force is actually out of bounds, and she is. I like these drop zone positionings on this course, for it doesn't give you an instant option or...
No, you really have to fight for your par, but you can do it because you're putting uphill and there's real no danger to go OB again. Unlike in many of these islands holes where you have to risk shooting OB with the second shot also, or the third shot. Also one of the most beautiful drop zones.
Yep.
Like aesthetically. Surrounded by small ponds.
Beautiful looking basket too, and I believe these are about 5 days old. So brand new chains and baskets on the course. Now Saarinen putting for the lone birdie to get 6 strokes total from her cardmates.
Nicely done. Getting back to even score after a very unnecessary double bogey a couple holes back.
Like the first one to say the bogey. Force and Nesse tap-ins to make for their bogeys. And 1/3 of the course has been now played by all the FPO competitors. Headed to hole number 7.
Let's send these boys back to the lobby.
Get on. Oh, Grandma's got a hot kettle for that teabag.
How did you get so much energy from a candy?
One Shot is no ordinary candy. It only has 4 grams of sugar, and the nootropics help prevent jitters and crash.
Grandma, do you think I could try one of those One Shot energy chews?
Oh, sure, honey. But if you come for the queen, you better come correct, Sprout. I'm the OG. Got it?
Got it.
Level up your energy with One Shot. Grab yours at oneshotenergy.com today.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
They're back, and better than ever. The 2025 Discraft Tour Series lineup has arrived featuring the fan favorite Z-Swirl plastic. Swirly, grippy, and built for flight. Z-Swirl was a standout in 2020, and now it's here again for another legendary season. Support your favorite Discraft pros and bag a piece of disc golf history. These limited edition discs won't last long, so grab yours before they're gone. Available now at discraft.com.
Does it concern you how much Infinite Discs uses your likeness in their marketing?
No, not at all. First off, the Alpaca is an amazing putter.
Right.
And alpacas don't miss. Shout out my guy Proctor. And Infinite Discs is a great company. They have like 100,000 discs in stock, so their selection and prices are incredible. So I'm not concerned about being associated with them. I'll tell you what does concern me though.
What?
The rise of AI.
Oh yeah, that's scary stuff.
AI is everywhere and also like so hard to tell it was real. I was not.
Great news! Uplay and the PDGA share a mission to provide education and support for healthier lifestyles through the sport of disc golf. By joining the PDGA, your membership dollars are directly at work for these amazing programs, introducing and producing disc golf players all over the world. Support our programs by joining the PDGA or donating here.
Eagle here, and I'm proud to present to you the Plasma Dimension Wind Dragon 2. This is a great disc for those longer style courses where I know I need great placement and a ton of distance. For the typical gyronaut, this is definitely going to be their fast, wind-fighting workhorse, and by picking up one of these, you keep the dream alive. I know myself and the rest of MVP appreciates you.
Silva Saarinen teeing off on hole 7.
Quite the shot you'd like to have.
Kristin Latt, second on the tee.
Still have a lot of distance from with the second shot. You need to cover totally 234 meters. It's a lot better.
Yeah. Latt takes it high and wide. Powerful shot in the middle.
The hole is surrounded by OB. And the more you are on the right side, the less of a curve you have on the second shot to get to the woods. And that was tracking to the OB, but I think the trees might have saved her there.
She actually has a full follow-through shot coming up, although she's a bit tucked in the trees. Get away from them just a bit. Julia Fors. Low and piercing shot. Does she get? She gets a mechanical fade, a bit short. But she's
center of the fairway. Nothing bad happened so far.
Let's fly over 234 meters.
Yes. So first you need to clear these trees. Go as far as possible. The more you're the right, more at the right you are, the easier it is to get to this curve and into the woods. And then you'll probably have a look for a birdie or even a very long eagle bid.
Force with her second.
This is probably just in the middle. Yep.
Looking good.
A very good second shot.
You don't want too much turnover here on this shot.
Not at all. This one needs to fade just in time to avoid it. Yeah, I think that's okay. The trees might obstruct her follow through, but they are not in her way.
You might have a patent pending coming up for Nesse. Not too long way to go for her to the basket. And Saarinen has to play something safer to the fairway, to the curve. Throwing standstill, as we've used to see from her. This needs to go left. Hits a tree in the middle. Can't quite see what is her footing for the next shot. Had quite a lot of steam on that throw, although she needed more of the fade than the power. Now, Kristin got huge distance off the tee, and she might be able to go for a long eagle beat if she makes this one perfect. Maybe a high hyzer coming?
Not that high.
Yep.
She wanted more distance, more glide. But this one is headed for the trees, and that might be too deep. I don't know. We didn't see the landing spot clearly, so maybe she'll have a look there.
She's obstructed for sure, but how much is the question. Kristina Jurčíková, the reigning Czech and Central European FPO champion, 14 years old of age, currently sitting the second place.
Nicely done.
And there was a putt for par. Jenni Karppinen from Finland as her card mate. For quite a few seasons it was known that Jenni Karppinen and Silva Saarinen, as they traveled together very many times, that Jenni Karppinen had the distance and Silva Saarinen had the putting. And it's coming more and more even between the two for the distance part, as Silva is gathering her technique. And Fors makes a great upshot.
A very beautiful upshot indeed for an easy birdie.
Saarinen has to go for the patent pending. Fell straight down from the tree. Silva makes clear of those guardians, and she's, I believe, just inside the circle. Nesse.
Trees indeed obstructs the follow through. Didn't look that tricky, but if she'll have to go to the sidearm. Okay, this looks more reasonable. Yep, that's it. A little bit fade, and that's inside the circle. Maybe 8 meters left, if I saw correctly from here.
Great shot altogether. That position and that angle control on the forehand flick. Very professional from Nesse. And Kristin is traveling to her lie. And what is she looking at? Is the bush on her way? Yeah, she has a hyzer approach. Not too obstructed.
No, this is actually a very good spot. Oh. She might have got lucky there because that shot was a total early release.
Yeah, misses her line. Goes too early and kinda gets through still. We're gonna see some tee shots on hole 8. Sonja Laine taking it to the right, needs to hyzer. Yeah, still has an up shot to make. How about that then? Very, very beautiful shot from Tätte. In the circle, a bit long, even from the pin. Saarinen.
And high again. We saw on the second hole, she already hit the top band, but that one got in. But now we've seen a couple of more way too high putts from her. What a nice putt from the 13-year-old. And the home crowd gives a very generous applause.
Very, very solid disc golf currently showing from Julia Fors. And Kristin tucked in the tree about 7 meters away. Yeah, no, that's about 9.
That was a lucky one because could have been a lot worse. Nice save.
Gets it down.
Oh, just barely. That's it from 5 meters.
Yep, job well done. Saarinen still left to take a par. This is the second longest hole on the course for the FPO. Hole number 13 is the longest. Another par 5, 287 meters. So over 50 meters longer than this one. Here's Laine on 8th. Par gets it done. Tätte. Beautiful birdie. We have Andrew Gum on the green. We're gonna hear Andy call these shots for us, please.
Kristen going backhand, putting it right up, almost skipping into the basket. Goes about 5 meters long. Incredible tee shot there. Just about hit the cage on the skip. This is a very beautiful hole. As you can see, they've changed the tee pad for the FPO this year, and it's a great change. Most of the players can attack the basket, whereas in years past it was pretty much a 3 all day long for FPO division. That hit the pine trees on the right side, falls down on the staircase, I believe. Should be a pretty routine up and down, but it can be tricky on that hillside with the footing. Can't see exactly where she ended up. This one also testing that right side, but fading in nicely, getting a skip inside the circle. Really great drive for a birdie look. 6 meters left. Silva, final tee shot on this hole. It's like a bread and butter shot for her. Nice straight backhand line. Throwing over this beautiful valley with the OB pond. This has got a bit much turn, but it fights through nicely. Just inside circle. 9.5 meters left there for her birdie look. See if she can get the putter going here on the green. So yeah, 3 legit birdie looks, beautiful drives, and 1 pretty routine upshot from the looks of it.
Thank you, Andy. Here's Sonja Laine, tee number 9.
Very elevated tee pad yet again. A lot of elevation on this course in Ale. A very beautiful designated disc golf premises in south of Sweden, just a 30-minute ride north of Gothenburg. And yeah, this hole number 8, one of those holes that you really don't need to worry about OB that much. Let's go to hole number 9.
Yeah, another look at the beautiful downhill hole. Now Tatte on the tee. Similar to Laine.
Left a little bit of putting to do, and again the basket sits on a hillside, so you really need to either go past the basket with your putt or can it in. The worst case scenario is of course hitting the cage, because for some reason the cage hits, they usually roll away. This is the mistake you don't want to make on this hole 8, to leave it short. Not sure if Nesse can even see the basket from there. Probably not.
The umbrellas are out. Up to the hill. Find the other 3 discs. Might be Silva next.
And Silva needs to get the putter 10 centimeters lower than the previous putts.
Silva actually is rocking an umbrella today. She wasn't at Konopish Day, now?
Yeah. Well, now the forecast was a little bit more certain.
Same distance as previous one. she make the correction? Kinda.
Kinda.
And Nesse, her upshot was leaking to the left. Now she's faced outside of the circle putt.
Tricky par putt from the bushes. Catches the rim, but nothing else.
Close.
Carding a bogey here on this, I would say, one of the easier holes on the course.
Now it's starting to come obvious if you can play in the rain.
Yeah.
Julia? For birdie.
No, that was a slip job. And might be because of the rain. The putters are a bit wet. And you cannot rely on your grip that much. So these things tend to happen more when it's raining. And you just need to adjust accordingly.
This is definitely not the first rainy round of Julia's career. And she just needs to find, as these other players do, need to find the best possible grip and disc selection for these conditions. Kristin takes the birdie. Great job. And I will take Kristin to shared second place with 3 other players. Nesse will drop down as she will card the bogey. That's her 4th bogey of the day, and she has 3 birdies, so not a boring scorecard.
Lots of action there. Unnecessary action, might I add.
Of course, taking the par.
Sure enough, this course offers you a lot of birdie opportunities, but also a lot of bogey opportunities. And look at this slope on the right side. No wonder Sonia played it a little bit safer, I would say.
I'm gonna agree you on that. Outside the circle putt for both Laine and Tätte.
Oh, and stay there, and stayed.
Tätte hits the change on the right, falls out. Take a look at this again. Hits the strong side, but just a bit too much on the side, yeah.
Can't blame the basket for that one.
Let's fly over hole number 9. It's a par 3, 112 meters downhill.
Yeah, exactly. We saw this one played just a moment ago. This is the basket they were putting on. A lot of downhill. The OB not really in play that much. You really need to shank the disc to the right quite a lot, or slip out to the left. I'm not sure if the players even think about the OB on this hole.
The baskets at Ale Disc Golf Center are kind of raised naturally. There are these small little hills and bumps on top of which the baskets are placed, so you might get a exceptionally and surprising roll away if you hit the cage or if you get a bad angle. But these slopes, when the baskets are on a slope, they are pretty rare at Ale compared to those
true
man-made humps, and this is a very difficult putt if you don't find near the basket, as Kristin might have just shown us.
Yeah, I'm sure that was pretty close, judging by the very enthusiastic crowd reaction. Julia Forsch. Going straight at the basket. This is overcooked. Okay, the crowd approves.
Saarinen also turning this one over a bit low to these players took no time making their tee shots on hole 9, and unfortunately the catch cams sometimes don't have enough time to make it to the green. Nesse, this is looking nice. Does it have stability? It might. Gets the applause from the crowd. Let's go see where they ended up. Tätte, tee of 10. 100 meters slight uphill on this hole. Have to navigate through these gaps, and Tätte a bit tucked by a tree. Laine.
Oh, this one needs to skip right. And it kind of does.
Stays in bounds. Horhorst throwing most of the shots stand still, which we can see from Silva Saarinen and other Finnish players many times during these rounds. Saarinen currently not on the leaderboard as of top 5. She's tied 9th place with 2 birdies and 1 double bogey. Even par for the day. Trying to find the grip. If Silva can figure out the putting, she might have a great back 9 coming up. For these other players, they kind of rely on many aspects of their game, and Silva has such a strong putting stroke when it's on, then she can kind of get something back from the rain, I feel like. She just needs to figure out her putting for today.
Yeah, Silva really relies on her strengths, not throwing sidearms much.
Force just a bit of a miss from the left. Christiansen still currently holding the lead with 3 under par for the day. She's currently on hole 12, so few holes ahead. First feature card. Nesse staring down to oblivion.
Oh, what a brave putt. Nothing behind the basket, but no problems. Just go in the basket so you don't have to worry about what's behind it.
Very brave execution from the 16-year-old Nesse from Norway. The Estonian star Kristin Latt also cards the birdie. It's a 5-meter putt for Latt. Saarinen tapping in the par. Here's the putt once again from Ida Emilie Nesse. And her reaction. Yeah. Professional. Relaxed. Kind of relieved too.
Yeah, I would be. A very brave putt. But that's what you want to do. When you want to compete on a high level, you want to play it safe. You can play it safe somewhere else. It's
only
really
one par.
Yeah. Lots of pink and blue.
Taking turns with the birdies and bogeys. Nesse still holding on even for the day. If the weather broadcast stays the same, that the heavy showers are gonna keep on coming, anything under par is a superb score today.
Oh.
Sonja Laine making a big time mistake. The putter leaving her hand early, hitting the first available, and now she's obstructed. Even more than before. Now she's going from the left side of those guardians. This one now for par.
Oh, wow. That was so disappointing. Get it at the for birdie and cans it.
Great job from Tate.
And really this hole, as we've seen, is not a given birdie. It's a pretty straightforward hole, just 100 meters, but it's surrounded by OB and lots of guardian trees. When you're closer to the basket, anything can happen. Lots of unfortunate kicks, as we just saw from Sonja Laine.
Katie Tate now ties the lead with Christiansen Steen with 3 under par, so 4 birdies and 1 single bogey for Tate. The rain is pouring down. We do hope that this is the only rainy day for this tournament, as we take the flyover look at hole 10, par 3, 100 meters.
So yeah, it's a very straight 100 meters. Lots of OB both on the left side, on the right side. Kind of forms a funnel that gets narrower and narrower the closer you get to the basket. And here is the gap you want to aim at. But of course you can try to go from the right side, but from there you need a little bit more luck.
Lead card making sure that the second feature card has left the green. Minor back up here. Hole 10. Otherwise, these have been kind of a smooth sailing. As we wait for the tee shots on hole 10, I might actually throw this down to Andrew Gum, who's there with the crowd, and I believe there are almost 200 people there, even though it is raining. Andy, have you had any time to circle around the crowd? How is the feeling and the mood going on with the crowd there?
Yeah, the crowd is very enthusiastic and festive. As you mentioned, it's a national holiday, so I think quite a few more people off work, and they're really excited to have their local young talent on the feature card. Just 13 years old and playing really, really well, getting a ton of support from the local crowd. And everyone seems to be pretty well prepared. All the umbrellas are up. Rain's coming down pretty significantly. Like is what we're going to see for the remainder of the back. Held up pretty well for the front nine, and we saw smooth sailing. Maybe not stellar play from this feature card, but nice smooth passageway through the course and some great highlights all around. So yeah, looking like the rain's setting in for the remainder of this round at least, but crowd's great. Yeah, I would say at least 200 with the main feature card, and quite a few dispersed elsewhere throughout the course following their favorite players. And I imagine it'll just grow. Continues.
Thank you so much, Andy.
Lots to think about for Silva Saarinen. A wandering mind. Kristin Lätt. Oh, this looks bad. Gets lucky though.
Understable enough that it hits the ground and just glides forward on the wet grass.
Yeah, I blame the rain for that.
I bet she would too. Nesse. This is looking better. Does it come
just
back?
needs to come back quicker. No.
Dun, dun, dun. Green flag.
Green flag. Okay.
Julia Forsch.
Nice rip. This one's coming back, definitely. Oh, but maybe too much. Nope. There it is. Circle's edge.
I'm really admiring her tee shots today.
Yeah, well, looks very solid, very confident.
The first of her rips on the coverage, the tee shot on number 1, that was kind of a real statement. Super powerful in the middle, just a subtle turn, and similar to this one. Subtle turn and then skipping towards the pin. Silva Saarinen driving low, but gets the slide on the ground. So,
yeah,
you know.
Avoiding unnecessary risks there. Looks like she toned it down just a bit, just to stay safely in bounds.
She has that 14 to 15 meter look.
Yeah, through the trees though.
Nursikova taking the par. Couple of holes further on the grounds. Lätt. approaching the basket with a forehand shot.
Nicely executed. Now stay in. Yeah.
Lands under the bucket and travels about 2 meters away from the basket. That's going to be a par.
Sidearm can be even trickier in the wet conditions because there's a little bit less of friction between the fingers and the disc. A long birdie look for Silva. Now, that's how you do it. Finally makes the correction we've been waiting for from the first basket on.
We're gonna roll back that Zuka replay for Silva Saarinen. Almost circle 2's edge. Slide uphill and straight into the center pole. That's a highlight in the rain for you. Nesse. Putting for birdie, avoiding the out of bounds right. Just barely. Gets it done! Highlights coming left and right.
Yet again, second in a row. And the best drive of them all, Julia Forsch. From the left side, a little bit weak. Just couldn't quite connect.
There's about 27 minutes travel south from here to the Gothenburg center, and just about under 20 minutes south from there is a small conurbation of Kungsbacka, where Julia Forsch is from. There's about 20,000 people living in there. And she gets the par. Very solid performance all in all.
Sure. Very solid performance, hanging in there, tied fourth at this point. Tied with Silva and Ida Emily Nesse.
That means 2 birdies and 2 pars for the first feature card on the first hole of the back 9. They have now been playing about an hour and 40 minutes. Another par 3 coming up for these players. Visiting hole 12, par 4 with our second feature card, Sonja Laine. Great drive.
Taking
the hyzer route off the tee. But now we're gonna fly over the hole 11, which is a par 3, 84 meters.
One of those holes here that you really don't have to care about OB. There is nothing to worry about whatsoever. You just have to pierce the trees and play a skip shot, probably a forehand with a driver, and rely on the ground play.
Thank you, Zeni, for sponsoring that flyover. Ida Emilie Nesse on the tee with 2 consecutive birdies from holes 9 and 10. Taking it high.
That's another play. Just a high anhyzer for the righty.
Saarinen most likely having a similar plan.
Lower, yes, but this is a bit too low. Cannot get the ground play even.
Yeah. Well, might be circle to's edge. Another long putt coming for Silva. Now, Kristin Ladd taking the forehand. Too narrow, hits a tree, and another one has a gap to the basket, but that's gonna be par at best. Forsh. Another backhand coming. Turning early, but getting kind of through. And she's actually closest to the pin of the tee, if I see correctly there. Yeah, she's inside the circle. Yeah, this is the shortest hole on the course. And the second feature card is on the third longest hole, which comes right after this. Katie Tätte's shot is practically perfect in the middle. I like this course where you can sometimes have 2 or even 3 options off the tee, but then after that you kind of just have to go with the plan in front of you.
Yeah, but the fairways are so narrow, the couple of last holes, that really you don't have that many options. You can of course decide whether you go with the sidearm or with the backhand, but that's about it.
Now here's what Kristin has. Yeah, actually she's a bit more left than I was anticipating, and that means her options are very limited.
What do we have here?
Really taking all of her time available.
Oh, from there. Yeah. That's just what you wanted. Well, I cannot hear any crowd reaction, so I was a little bit baffled, but maybe there are no people watching.
Yeah, I believe this is one of the holes that the crowds are restricted to follow.
Well, I was operating with my ears. I was like did I see that correct? Yeah. Like it's 4 meters. Why cannot I hear any claps?
Kristin really challenged those 30 seconds these players have. It was really taking all the time she had, and I believe she doesn't get any calls from her cardmates, and Silva not really going 100% at it. She's in the circle for par.
Tough putt for Nesse, but we've seen a couple of great putts lately. You cannot go any higher than the branches there, but you really need the distance, and nope. Yeah. Slapped down by the leaves.
Now, Jani, how do you feel about the pace of play in the rain? What kind of a pace would you feel would be the best for these players? Do you really have to slow down, or would you consider focusing on keeping the pace?
Well, first of all, of course you really need to wipe clean the disc. You want it to get as dry as possible. But when you focus on the putting and your disc is outside the bag, the longer you wait, the wetter it gets. So I would actually throw a bit faster than normally. Of course, you want to keep your normal pace and normal routine, take your time and do what you need to do. But at the same time, you probably subconsciously at least feel that I need to get out of here.
Mm-hmm. True. There's a cards the par.
A very important comebacker.
That will be her second par of the day.
Yeah, what a roller coaster.
Lat also for the par.
But I like this course because it gives you so many opportunities for birdies, and easy birdies also. You need them. Kind of sets the rhythm for the course that sometimes you have a long par 5 and then all of a sudden a 90-meter short woodsy hole.
Yeah.
You need to have both.
You also need some luck, and Forsh got some luck off the tee, and she got the birdie, the lone birdie for the first feature card, and she will be starting them off at hole 12. Here's Line on the fairway of 12. This is turned over.
A little bit too much power on that shot, but
well,
no, it comes back right in time.
Yeah, I was mistaken there. It seemed like she had a lot more power on the shot, and she's actually fine. Looking at the basket.
Also knows her discs.
Yeah, that the.
This needed to get back a bit earlier.
And Sten, tee of 14. The lefty forehand shot off the tee. This is turning and now getting stable. A bit too early. It's a subtle rollaway. She's still over, outside circle 2. We're gonna fly over this hole 12, par 4, 203 meters.
Well, this is one of those holes, rare holes, where you can really choose whether to go from the left side or the right side of the island of trees. Then you'll end up somewhere here, possibly, like we saw just a moment ago. And then you still have a long way to go towards the basket, and this is a very well guarded basket. A little bit too much hyzer on the shot, you'll end up on the left side trees, a little bit too straight, and you'll be in the thick forest. And as the final boss, a basket on a grassy knoll.
Another ingenious basket placement, from my opinion. It is on that small hill, and the rollaways are a fact if you hit the cage or land your disc without care. Tate now throwing 3 on the 12th. Hits the hump and kind of stays in the circle. Yeah, this is Line looking at the basket, but just deciding to lay up, taking the easy par. Back on 14 with Sten. Just a flick of the wrist, landing in the bullseye. Talking about beautiful basket placements there on the tree trunk. Or tree stump, should I say. Forsh, tee of 12. The white hyzer avoids the trees in the corner, and she's in the middle. Great shot.
Yeah, that's how you do it. Picture perfect example of this tee shot.
Nesse. High needs the hyzer. Gets it.
Nah,
too late.
Too late. But not a disaster.
And Saarinen going from the left. I'm not surprised about this play, for she knows those angles.
Subtle kick?
Yeah,
What?
excuse me.
Unfortunate lie there, just behind the tree. Probably obstructing a full swing.
She flies almost 35 meters after she hit the
Yeah.
tree. Very lucky, but unfortunate lie coming ahead.
Yeah, but I'm interested to see how she tackles that one.
That's also too long off the
Too
tee.
long, and that's a similar kind of spot as had Silva. Interesting upshots we're gonna see. Let's look at that kiss once more. Clack!
And traveled in the woods.
Yeah.
And then turned over.
But just behind this, so cannot have too much luck in one go.
Then takes the par on 14. If you hit those trees in the far side of the curve on 12, you might have nothing to approach the basket. The route to travel is still very, very long, and you would need a very powerful flex shot with the righty backhand.
Yeah.
Nesse
Definitely here, not a birdie look anymore.
She makes a very good shot. She's still about 25 meters away. Tatte on 13 hits the fairway. Kristin on the fairway. As we see Julia Foch in the middle, going for the basket with her second. Andy, I'm gonna toss it down to you. How is this course handling all this rain that's come down on these past few days and right now?
Yeah, it's handling it perfectly. The groundskeeping crew has done an excellent job in the last year to deal with the drainage issues. They put in a lot of sand on the fairways. They've figured out ways with the water table to keep it from becoming soggy like last year. There was definitely some issues on these back holes, including this one and the next one and the one after, where the ground was pretty soggy, and now it's improved very significantly. So hats off to Vincent and the ground crew and everybody for identifying that problem and getting a solution for it.
Thank you, Andy. Very well done from the ground crews. And Foch in circle 2, about 50 meters left, and she might run that if she feels comfortable, but that's left to be seen. Now Saarinen traveled a nice distance off the tee with that subtle kiss from the tree. Oh, that's not subtle. That's horrible. takes the risk, full throttle, but hits second available, if I saw correctly.
And there was a real opportunity for a sidearm, if I may say. An easier route.
And now there's much more trouble for Saarinen. She doesn't have such a follow-through that she had one throw ago. There's a tree just ahead of her. Can she get a full flex? Needs more stable with the fade. Kinda gets it, but still out of position.
Yeah, not the easiest spot. Because there on the right side there are those big trees covering the fairway to the basket.
Lat measuring the distance. Again, taking kind of a long time before taking the shot. Makes it inside the
very
circle.
good. That's a tap-in range for Kristin.
Keep all your possession dry, as dry as possible in these conditions, to avoid any early releases or other mistakes. Christiansen Sten, tee number 15. Another par 5 for the FPO, not the longest one, but might be the trickiest one. You see here Sten actually...
Oh, that gets a very nasty kick to the left.
Nesse back on 12, throwing 3. Sees the basket and wants to land just beneath the cage.
Oh, that's a slip up.
Yeah, another upshot coming.
I think the wet disc did the trick there.
For most of these players, when the conditions get wet, the forehand grip is going to be the preferred one.
I'm not really sure. With the sidearm, you got less friction between the fingers and the disc.
And then something like this might happen.
Yeah.
Sten now currently on the fairway with 2 shots. Saarinen, jumper.
Could give it a timid try.
In the bullseye. That's gonna be for bogey. Did I count correctly?
Yes.
Yep.
Lots of extra hassle going on. But every player needs to get their gear sorted out.
Ida Emilie Nesse, 16 years old from Norway. Opting for the flick with the forehand.
Yeah. Looked a little bit shaky out of the hand, but gets the job done.
Fosh for the birdie, lays up, takes the easy par. Wise decision if you ask me.
A par on this hole is no shame. You can really do damage on your score. You start falling into the woods.
That saves the car. Two bogeys coming up for the first feature card. Bogeys coming for Saarinen and Nesse if these next putts go in. These are not given in these conditions.
Absolutely not.
Nesse makes it happen. She will be back even par for the day. Saarinen, same story. One single bogey, one double bogey and 3 birdies on her card. Julia Fosh doing some magnificent things, collecting the tap in par. 4 birdies and 2 single bogeys. On her credit, Kristin Latt, 5 birdies, 2 single bogeys, keeping the solo lead of 3 under par. 5 legs.
I sort of like proved to myself that I still got it. Whatever is meant to happen with me will happen. And what I want wants me even more, so I just have to be open to receive it.
Hey everyone, Gannon Burr here, and I want to invite you to compete in the Power Disc Golf Academy Championship Series. This is the only professional and amateur nationwide disc golf series, and everyone is welcome to compete. Qualifier events will be held in cities across North America. If you place high enough at a qualifier event, you'll earn the invitation to compete in our championship event at Eagles Crossing Disc Golf Course. Scan this QR code for dates and locations of the qualifying events. We hope to see you there.
OTB is very specific on how they list the disc because they want you to like the disc.
Virtually in your hand tells you what the disc is going to feel like, how heavy it's going to be. It's everything you want to know before it shows up to your house.
Not just marketing.
It's only the best.
Open champion, Paul McBeth!
If you design, if you test, if you manufacture, there is only one technology partner you need. TriMech Group is the leading provider of design, engineering, and manufacturing solutions for thousands of companies across North America and Europe. Innovation starts here. TriMechGroup.com.
Experience is the greatest teacher, and I'm so blessed after 40 years and 150 so courses, every project I'm still learning. I think when you get down to it, a lot of it is about vision. There's the vision for individual holes. There's the vision for the property and what it can become as a course and what it can become as a venue. And then there's the vision for what disc golf can become.
We are back at the rainy Ale Disc Golf Center. Tee of 13, Julia Fors from Sweden, 13 years old of age, and currently 2 down for the round, sharing the second place. The solo first position going to this woman right here, Kristin Latt from Estonia, a disc golf superstar, so to speak.
Yeah, as much of a star as possible.
But even still, she's also having troubles with the weather conditions, having a couple of slips, and
this doesn't look good at all. Luckily fights through the trees and quite close to the sweet spot. This hole has a very clear sweet spot. It's 97 meters from the tee pad, where you can see the basket for your second shot. Of course, this is a par 5, so you won't get there with the second shot. And that's a very favorable skip for Nesse. And that's the sweet spot you want to get to. Bad shot with a perfect result.
Getting some love from the trees. Always great to see. Are you agreeing with the saying that with more skill and professionalism comes more luck?
Absolutely. The more you practice, the luckier you get.
Saarinen, how about she? Oh.
This one was a shank job. Pulled it to the right, gets a lucky break, but quite a lot to do from there. Yeah. Can't even see the fairway she's aiming at.
Takes a high turnover.
Very seemed good to my eye, but I can't see the result. She is not happy about it.
Let's fly over this hole number 13. 287 meters, the longest hole on the course.
Yeah, and second hardest, and no wonder. Here is the sweet spot. It's 97 meters off the tee pad. And then you got a straight corridor you want to aim at. Well, you can't see the basket, I was lying there. But you see the fairway you're aiming at. Anywhere but the fairway is a hell on earth. Really, there's nothing to do except to play out.
And the slopey upshot in the end.
Yes,
what a hole.
Yes, one of the most beautiful disc golf holes here in Ale Disc Golf Center.
That goes to top 3 in the Europe for me.
Yeah.
Just gorgeous fairways, and the slope even challenges you just at the end when you think you're clear.
Yeah.
You might get a cut roll or something into the woods, and Kristin Latt on the fairway with her second.
I mean, that was exactly what she needed, what she probably aimed for. No tricks, no special effects. Just a very workman-like effort. Just throw it in the center and continue from there.
Fors.
Looking very good. You need a little bit of a turnover and then a fade back, and that's just
absolutely.
Yeah, that's one of the best shots we've seen all day.
Didn't she have like a subtle uphill run up too?
A little bit, yeah.
That seemed so effortless and so simple, but it is not. It truly is not. Great job. Nesse, very, very nice look for the second shot. Oh, takes the run up again. Almost slipped.
That's an important skill, actually, to stop your run up and regroup. And a perfect shot, almost a perfect shot. Is this? It wasn't.
It looked perfect out of the hand. Just a bit too much turn. Tucked on the right side, and she knows how to do those pattern pending shots, and she knows how to do kind of those wide stance forehand shots. She can still save the par.
Absolutely. Takes a bit of scrambling, but of course you can take the par from there.
Tap in par for Christiansen Sten on 15. Another long hole, 180 meters, and she got, even though she was obstructed off the tee, she was able to navigate herself to the pin with 4 shots. Suasep, if I'm not mistaken, from Estonia too. Saarinen.
Nothing left to do there except to throw your disc out of the bush. That was already her third shot. She cannot be happy with the overall result, but that was quite okay from that spot.
Yeah, truly hugging the trees on the right side of the fairway with that upshot one. She managed to stay clean. Now Sten, tee of 16, currently -2 for the day. Very challenging shot, this one. This needs to fade. Goes into the woods and drops down, but gets a green flag. Obstructed on the left side trees. Too long. That tee shot is very demanding, and that's a thing that goes around on Ale. You really need every single shot shape in the possible repertoire to manage this course, and that is one reason why the players like this place. It's not common that you come to these kind of courses that really challenge you whole way through. Lat on 13, turning over.
Overturned. Does it get a kick out? Yes, it does. No harm done there. Could have been slightly better, but not much actually.
Still kind of a tricky upshot coming. She's not putting. Nesse on the right side of the fairway opts for the sidearm.
She just wants to get out of the trouble, and that's what she'll do. Gets what she wants. Yeah. I have nothing bad to say about that shot.
Many things can go wrong on this fairway, and these feature card players are managing their shots pretty well, getting a bit of luck and then adjusting with their skill set to make the best possible result. And Julia Foch, is this her third shot?
I believe it is.
And she's so far off on the fairway.
Yeah, exactly what you want from there. It's a bit of a skip, and she'll be putting for a birdie.
That is amazing. That is just amazing. There has not been a single... excuse me, I'm gonna take that back. There is one birdie on this hole, and that's from Josefine Johansson. She was on the 8th card, so the second card to go through this hole today, and she got the birdie 4. Other than that, none. Saarinen now throwing 4. So if she wants to save the par, this needs to go close.
And a bit of ground play needed. Doesn't get much, but it is a par look from outside the circle. Not what she hoped for.
Nesse. Again, protecting the disc from the rain.
It's a very generous angle to approach the basket. Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Also a little bit of ground play needed. Doesn't get it.
I believe that red marking is the circle's edge, so she's inside the circle, putting a bit downhill, obstructed stance on the rocks. Christiansen Steen back on 16. She's gonna pick up a par. Kristina Jursikova, hole 18, one of the easiest holes on the course. And she's now throwing 3. Found some obstacles, and that is in the bullseye. Almost just circles out. It's gonna be a par for her.
Yeah, 18 is a very interesting hole because it is an island hole. But you certainly, as you said, not the most difficult ones, one of the island holes, but you can mess up your game pretty badly there.
Lat throwing 4. Just about 35 meters away, wants to land this close to the basket, and she does well. Very, very well executed.
A very routine par for Kristin.
It's gonna be her 4th in a row. The last 7 holes, 3 birdies and 4 pars for Lat, your leader at Ale Open 2025, when just about 2/3 of the round has gone by. Steen picking up the par. That was in hole 16. 4 pars for Christiansen Steen also consecutively. These conditions are really showing on the scorecards.
Absolutely.
For these last 4 to 5 cards. You can see some birdies in the front 9, but they are really getting scares in the back 9, and Silva Saarinen not in the basket. And that's gonna be a bogey once again. That's gonna be her 2nd in a row. And Silva will be 1 over par for the day. Nothing is over yet, Jani. As we take a look at these conditions, we can't say this is anybody's game.
No. We've just begun the tournament. Nothing is played yet. 14 holes played from 54 holes total, so
Nesse for par gets it done.
A very nice and important par save. Nesse doesn't have too many pars on her scorecards.
if you can just save the pars for the rest of the round, it's great in these conditions. Julia Fosch, putting for birdie, 9 meters away.
Oh, I was already calling it in. But yeah, it was a bit high, a bit too much left, but still.
Even Kristin smiling at her and giving her a positive feedback. I mean, that was a valiant effort. Not too much emotion still. Staying really collected.
She seems very happy to play in the lead card, or sorry, in the featured card.
Yeah, for sure. So
no, not a camera shy at all.
Yeah, that is amazing to me.
But the kids these days. I mean, I kind of sound old, but kids these days.
These kids these days.
They're so used to being in front of the camera, because everybody has a camera in their pocket nowadays.
Yeah, that is truly something we've seen from some other players, and when we see them in these coverages for maybe the first or second time, they really can get affected with those cameras. Kuchikova for par on 18 to stay under par for the round, and that slips out totally. That was just about 4 meters.
Yeah, in a heavy rain, those things can happen.
Upgrade your disc golf setup this season. Discraft's fresh lineup of grip EQ bags and the all-new Zuka cart give you unbeatable comfort, style, and standout performance. Make this season one to remember at Discraft.com.
Let's send these boys back to the lobby.
Get on.
Oh, Grandma's got a hot kettle for that teabag.
How did you get so much energy from a candy?
One Shot is no ordinary candy. It only has 4 grams of sugar, and the nootropics help prevent jitters and crash.
Grandma, do you think I could try one of those One Shot energy chews?
Oh, sure, honey. But if you come for the queen, you better come correct, Sprout. I'm the OG. Got it?
Got it.
Level up your energy with One Shot. Grab yours at oneshotenergy.com today.
The discovery of electricity, the first flight, democracy, splitting the atom, computers, modern medicine, space travel, and of course, the Royal Line from Latitude 64.
Back to rainy Ale Open 2025. The opening day. Julia Fosch on the tee of 14 slips a bit.
Very slippery tee pad.
kind of gets through still.
Yes.
She's outside the circle 2, and that's most likely a layup for the par. But if you have happened to watch the coverage from last year, and this was a Q Series event, even the top players hit those first available trees just after the tee. And the fact that Foch got through is a very good achievement in these conditions. The turf tee kind of gave her a little slip, and Lat opting for the forehand.
Yeah, that's the typical result on this hole. But the gap is clear, but a very tight one. Basically, you just want to aim through the trees, and whatever happens after that is just bonus. Oh no. We really see our top players struggling here.
Yeah, Nesse hitting the Guardians. How about Saarinen taking no time?
The same. I would say that's the first available.
Yep. Taking no time might sometimes be a wise decision on these conditions, but didn't work out for Silva. Now how about Nesse?
Doesn't look too good now.
Yeah, hit some trees. Approaching the basket with her third, and that will be the bogey at best. Now Saarinen going lower, more stable.
Yeah, was looking better for a while.
Agreed. Another bogey. So
yeah, I mean bogey at best. A very difficult 109 meter straight hole.
Christiansen Sten putting for bogey on hole 17. Gets it, and she will be -1. One hole to go. Anything under par after this day is very, very good.
Absolutely.
These last few holes are challenging, and even though the 18th is playing a bit easier, you can't lose focus at all. Lat. Again, checking the distance. And with the forehand. Forced over flex. Circles a bit long to the left and gets a kiss off the tree. She's in the circle for par. That seemed like a fairway driver to me. I'm not quite sure, but if it was kind of a fast decision, should I say. Well, she got there.
Umbrellas in the woods.
Yep.
That's the name of the game. As we see Julia Forsch lining up her shot. Okay, a stab in the dark. And hoping for the best. and gets a decent result. That wasn't Julia Force by no means. That was Ida Emily Nesse. Now Silva for her third shot. What are we seeing here?
Ooh, a bit hot.
Sails past, and there is the OB line.
Just safe.
It's just outside the circle, uphill path, obstructed.
Fosh in the bullseye for par. Very well done.
So, Silva is looking for a bogey, and this is a tough putt. Cannot get even a good straddle position. Is obstructed by trees. And it's a slight uphill just outside the circle. Nowhere close.
Yeah.
Okay, that comes back.
Sweeping past the basket from the right. Another disappointing hole for Silva Saarinen.
Nessa for bogey.
Solid putting.
Solid putting, yes. For the whole round so far, no hesitation there whatsoever.
And Kristin still not given. 7 meters or 6 meters, just about.
Yeah, with this slipper disc, anything can happen. No problemo.
Well executed.
And Silva, head hanging low. Taking her position for a double bogey. This must be a double bogey. The screen said bogey, but I'm pretty confident that this is a double bogey.
Not good at all from Saarinen. Fosh, on the other hand, saves the par, stays 2 down for the round. Four holes to go for the first feature card, and Anniken Christiansen just has this one tee shot left. Par 4, 190 meters, and Sten this
burns to the ground.
Yep. Low burner.
What's going on, guys? Hold My Bag just launched the greatest disc golf fantasy game in the universe.
Hold My Bag just dropped the best fantasy disc golf game the planet has ever seen.
I want to tell you guys about the newest disc golf fantasy game on the market.
One of my favorite parts is the Hold My Bag. This is something that we started doing, and it's actually a lot of fun.
We are here. We are one. We will fight. We will fall. We will prevail. From the fjords of Norway to the shores of Spain, from the fire of Iceland to the hope of Ukraine, 30 countries, one voice. Go Europe.
Fosh. T of 15 and gets through everything.
Just fights through everything and she gets what she wanted.
Wow. Give me a description of a local route.
Yeah, exactly.
And Lat going with the forehand too much to the left, and she gets through everything.
She also gets a little bit of tree love, or I don't know what kind of love that is, but certainly looks good.
Nesse. 2 single bogeys and 2 pars for the last 4 holes for her. Currently 1 over for the day. Takes it high. This is turned over.
And fights true.
I mean, there are no trees.
Yep. I mean, the trees are in your imagination only.
Yeah. Just to remind you, folks, if you are watching the screen, there are no trees. And Saarinen will be the last one teeing off on 15.
Oh, overturned quite a lot.
And
gets somewhere there.
Kind of through everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as bad as it looked like. Andrew Gum, our man on the course, tell us about the tee pads. I mean, in general, but also what are they going through at the moment in this heavy rain and mud?
Well, they're pretty saturated, as you would expect with the heavy downfall, but it seems like they're holding up very well, and as you've probably seen on camera, they're very exceptional, not just in quality, but also aesthetically beautiful. I mean, this one particularly, it's like a giant like dock or boat ramp type thing. Definitely James Conrad approved. He's in the field, and this is massive run-up potential here. And just, yeah, I mean, beautiful artistry on all these benches and elevated tee pads. And the surfaces seem to be very adequate as well. I would say they're holding up quite well.
Thank you, Andrew. And that's a good point. We do have the former world champion, USDGC winner, James Conrad, playing in the MPO and definitely approving these tee pads with his run-up.
And he doesn't participate in venues that don't have proper tee pads.
Well, I appreciate him for that.
Silva Saarinen throwing 2, hits the branch with her hand, but the release is clean.
Yeah. That was only a follow-through issue there. No damage done to the shot itself. And perfectly executed. He just basically wanted to get over that big rock that stands at about 100 meters off the tee pad, and Silva probably has about 50 meters left to the pin.
Nesse now throwing 2 on this very interesting par 5, as we saw from the fly over there. Going high and turnover. Again, a bit too much off the turn.
But again a favorable kick. This is a par 5 for the FPO, but not one of the most difficult ones. Definitely a birdieable hole.
Lat.
Not a bad shot at all. Seemed like she was a bit disappointed, but I didn't see any fault in that one. Sonja Laine throwing a very beautiful Annie. On hole 16, we'll get back to that hole.
Sten on 18.
Finishing her round with a solid -1.
Here is the leaderboard. Kristin Latt leading the tournament, 3 down through 14. Julia Fors from Sweden also through 14 and 2 down for the day. Anniken Christiansen's then the third player on the field under par, -1, and she's now done for her round. We have Kristina Jurčíková even for the day, and after that a bunch of players tied for the 5th place, +1, and some of them are still on the field.
Yeah, looks like everything under par will be a very good round. Yep, that was a solid approach from Silva. Definitely the weather plays a big role in this course today.
That is true.
Kristin currently leading with -3. If there was sunshine and dry weather, could have gone -6, 7 so far.
Fors approaching the basket, almost in the bullseye, and that's gonna be another birdie, is it not? That was her third, and now she's putting for 4.
Exactly.
And if I know the disc golf terms correctly, a 4 on a par 5 is a birdie.
Yes, that's what we call a birdie.
Nese still hasn't
gone past the trees.
Has a chance for the birdie if this one gets close.
Absolutely. This hole is one of the most gettable birdies on the course. It's a par 5, you can mess up a few shots and still get a birdie.
Circle's edge. She's been putting good.
Yeah, very solid putting so far from the Norwegian. Very long saves. Couple of nice birdie putts too.
That also on the right side. third.
Not looking that good, but it's good enough.
Yeah.
Leaves her a little bit of putting again. And the fact is, the more times you have to putt from 7 meters, the more times you also can mess up the putt. And if you keep doing that a lot, that might eat your nerves also in a tournament play.
Anneli Tsogias-Mäniste from Estonia, first time on the coverage today. Tee of 17, a tricky par 3, one of the shorter ones, might be the second shortest hole on the course. This needs to get stable or hit the rocks. It hits a tree and gets putting.
Very favorable kick.
Very well done of that tree. I mean, the Swedes themselves, they are very polite, but even the trees are polite here.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Nesse putting for birdie. And she gets it!
It's a beautiful putting day for Nesse.
I mean, the conditions are bad. It's raining, and it's been raining for the past 8 holes, and she's still in the middle with her putting.
Silva hasn't quite got the putt she's used to have. That was a solid one.
Yep. Silva had 1 double bogey and 2 single bogeys in a row from 12, 13 and 14, and now she gets 1 stroke back, gets a birdie on 15, currently 2 over par for the day, and she might still get under par. You just have to execute perfectly, and if you get under par today, it is really well done. Flat for birdie, about 8 meters, and skips on top of the rim from the left side.
Of course. An easy birdie, isn't it? It is.
You have that exceptional courage, Jani, to call those things. That is most definitely an easy birdie for Fors.
Yeah.
And lat for par in the bucket.
Gives up a shot for the young Swede.
Tsogias-Mäniste now putting for birdie on 17 to get even for the day.
Does it?
Might as well. Beautiful putt from Tsogias-Mäniste. Little jumper. Sonja Laine currently on hole 16. Also got stuck in the trees on the left. It's a really common result of the tee, and here's Laine collecting the par. Very forceful putt.
Yeah, just jams it in. And I think we have a new leader. Not a new leader, I mean sharing the lead.
Yep.
Julia Fors, 13 years old, from Sweden, sharing the lead with Kristin Latt, the best FPO player of today. Of modern times.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, that is true. Anniken Christiansen 2 strokes back. Anneli Tsogias-Mäniste, tee of 18. Par 4, 190 meters downhill, wide open hole, which is really kind of a another point of view for this course.
Yeah, it's just pure distance shot from here.
And Tsogias-Mäniste hugging the right side, that is not good. For now, it's kind of a blind Anheuser shot for her to the basket. And taking into consideration that there is hazard all over the green of 18. She's safe, but she has a really tough shot coming up. Really like the design on 18. Anything can happen if you lose your focus for just a bit.
Yeah, I think it's important in the overall design of the course to have the final hole really a separator in the final stretch. The spectators and the players want to have some kind of excitement. And this one looks good. Has enough turn. Does it have enough glide?
Maybe not quite enough turn. Nesse, very wide forehand.
Yeah, this is the safe play.
On the fairway. Saarinen most definitely going for the green. This shot type is straight from her vocabulary. Needs to get the angle correct.
Yeah, so it's a 120 meter hole with 12 meters of elevation downhill. So it really doesn't take that much power. But there is the OB long and OB on the left side of the fairway. So if you want to play it safe, you just throw a sidearm. But this is definitely a birdieable hole.
Lat. Too long.
Yeah, too much power off the tee.
And kind of lucky.
Yeah, if it got through, it would have been out of bounds for sure.
If she was stopped by another tree that was not on the edge of the fairway, she could have some trouble, but she falls down into the middle. Solid look for a par. Yeah, Silva gave it kind of a safer run off the tee. Let's take a look at the Paragon Disc Golf stats of Julia Foch. And 83% fairway hits, 53% circle 1 and 73 circle 2 in regulation.
Even if the putting hasn't been stellar, the driving game definitely has been. A very good looking stats on the off the tee, and of course the approaches ending up circle 1 or circle 2 most of the time. Once she starts to make those putts, she'll be unbeatable.
Nesse. Slower disc in the hand. A well-rounded player, both backhand and forehand options. She's using those. Those both very well. And often.
Uh-oh.
But this one, too straight. And clips down, circle 2's edge.
Very unnecessary error there. A bit of a grip lock E type of release with the sidearm.
Yeah, that could have been avoided.
Yeah. But in a tournament play, sometimes those things just happen when you lose your focus or you get nervy, especially in the rain.
Lat.
Also going for the sidearm, which is an interesting choice. Yeah, didn't quite get that idea.
She's about 5 to 6 meters away from the basket. Togias Manisten now currently on 18 and Is she going for the island? I believe she is. Even though she's kind of out of position.
The island is big enough.
Oh.
Ooh,
Wow.
That was a good one.
What a shot from Togias Maniste.
Brave and accurate.
Putting for a birdie. That would take her under par for the day, as we see Julia Fosch. Just a putt. Approaching the basket. She's going to take a par. Now Silva has a chance to take one stroke off her cardmates. She doesn't have anything on her way. And if there's someone who knows how to make long putts, it is her. Does it hyzer? Not enough.
No, it was certainly a run.
Yep.
So kudos for that. Now Nesse trying to save her par. With a long look.
Ooh, hits the chains.
Not a bad beat at all. Also hits the right side of the chains, just the way she wanted it. Just a hair too thin. Now that's yet again, maybe an 8 meter, 9 meter putt, just like the one previously on a previous hole. That she missed from the left side. Not this time. An important par save from Kristen Vatt.
Now Fosch for par.
Gets it. And the home crowd approves.
Well done.
And her putting stroke looks very familiar from so many of the Swedish players I've seen throughout my whole career. It's a very confident, very spinny. It seems like it's the Swedish putting style.
From my view, Silva Saarinen and Niklas Anttila have kind of a similar putting style. They have that spin, but it's a bit more lofty.
Yeah,
it's not a straight spin putt.
Absolutely a lofty putt.
Nesse cards the bogey.
And it's very typical when you're younger. You typically putt a bit harder than when you get older. I think you kind of learn your lessons at some point, and then you start to be a bit more afraid of missing your putts. And if you putt very much spin, you'll have a very nasty comebacker.
Talking about learning from the mistakes, Anna-Chogias Maniste hits the rim and circles back, and she didn't have enough power on the putt. Very short birdie putt opportunity missed there for the Estonian, and now putting for par. Very sad to see. For par to stay even.
Ooh.
She gets it. a double bogey on 16, and then a birdie on 17, and now the par on 18. Well, it's not sunshine, but it is crunch time, folks. The rest of these holes are brought to you commercial free by 1010 Discs. Please make sure to have a visit to our friends at 1010 Discs.
At this point, just mentioning this par result will give you a 964 rating for this round. At this point, it'll be somewhere close to that.
Sonja Laine is somewhere close to the line of hazard there on 18, while Julia Foch is now opening on 17. Perfect.
Yes.
I mean, the perfect curve on that fade, but just a bit short of the basket. That's about 8 meters.
About 8 meters.
Solid putt coming up still.
This is sweeping hyzer shot. You want the hyzer to push forward. Not this much. Okay. Gets a bit lucky there. I wouldn't call that a birdie spot for, but she'll have a look. That was not a good shot. Luckily, the result isn't that bad.
Lat skipping closest to the pin at this point. About 4 meters. Very well done for Kristin. Neste.
This is looking perfect.
That's because it practically is.
Practically perfect, yes.
Same distance than Kristin Lat, about 4 to 5 meters left. Well, this round has given us something that we were anticipating. These young up-and-comers are showing us the skills they have, and that is required to play these Elite Series events. And I was quite hesitant still to talk greatly about Julia Foch. She's just 13 years old, and I was a bit afraid that the home crowd would get to her. She's playing just marvelously.
Yeah, she held up nicely so far. Going 3 under, the same as Kristin Lat. Leading the tournament at the moment. And she'll have a great look at the birdie, even on this hole, so we might see -4, -5 for Julia Foch. She keeps up the pace until the end.
3 hours and 5 minutes gone for the FPO feature card number 1. No wonder the conditions are pretty bad. It seems like the rain is slowly calming down. Saarinen putting for birdie.
Good run, good run.
It's gonna be a par.
Saarinen cannot be too happy about the performance so far, sitting in minus. I'll take this third time. Sitting in +2.
+2.
I was so accustomed to saying -2 for Silva Saarinen, I couldn't get over it.
Yeah.
+2.
Yeah.
That's the reality. And tied 10.
How about Foch? She's gonna take the lead momentarily with the birdie.
Oh, that's
too much right.
Too much to the right.
Yep.
Giving up the lead for Lat, if Lat can stick this one in.
Showing some grip gestures on her hand to her caddy, and certainly the case. At least it was not an early release, so
nice for birdie now.
Yep.
And getting back to even.
It would tie her for the 4th place. Well done. Now Fosh, the comebacker for the par. These are those crucial moments. You just had somewhat of a misrelease, and now you have to keep it calm and just collect what's left. For par.
Beautiful, beautiful putt.
The sweet spot of the chains, a bit to the right and kinda low. Not a problem. Now, lat. CTP on 17.
To get a 1-stroke advantage over Force. Does it?
Makes it happen.
Yeah. There was a 7 holes long stretch of only pars, putting an end to the dry season.
That was a funny thing you said there. I mean, it's raining on the course.
Yeah, pun intended, man.
Ah, that was cool. Saarinen gets the par. One more hole to go. 2 birdies and 2 pars for the first feature card. Sonja Laine almost finding the hazard on 18. This is now high, approaching the basket.
Looks good, looks good.
Yeah.
It's there, in the bullseye.
That's gonna take Sonja Laine 1 down if that gets in the bucket. And that means she's gonna tie the 3rd place with Anniken Christiansen Steen. And most probably might be on the lead card tomorrow.
Yeah. Let's see. Not calling that yet. Nesse still has 1 hole to play. And Sonja has 1 putt to make. Let's see. One thing is for sure, nothing is played yet. There is still plenty of disc golf to play. It's pretty even stack.
Another thing is for sure, we have 7 nationalities in the top 10 in the FPO, which is very cool.
Yeah, that's a funny thing. Estonians, Swedes, Norwegians, Finns, 1 from Czech Republic, and 1 from Latvia. Oh, and Rachel Turton there standing in 10th place from the Great Britain.
Sonja Laine gets the birdie, and on these Elite Series events, if we have a tie, the thing that determines who's gonna play in the first card or second card is determined by the lower PDGA number. And Sonja Laine has the PDGA number of 96090. And Nesse has practically double of the PDGA number, 181772. So if Nesse is to make a birdie on 18, Sonja Laine will still be on the lead card. And they are now on the tee. Solid shot from Lat. Now Nesse. Again, a very long and nice tee here in Ale. This is pretty high. It's hyzering left. Yeah. Not a problem. Foch needs to hold.
I mean, it probably stays in bounds, but the longer you're in the left, the longer you have to approach to the island.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great thing to say out loud, for there is practically no danger in hyzering left, but then, just like you said, the upshot is gonna be even longer. Saarinen shouldn't have a problem going straight or to the right. This needs to hyzer.
I'll call this a perfect shot.
That's because it practically is.
Yeah, yeah. It's definitely closest to the basket from the drives we've seen. Jenni Karpinen came to caddy her friend Silva for the final holes after finishing her round.
She took +2, so not bad from Jenni Karpinen either.
Yeah, tied 10 with Ida Lehtomäki and at the moment Silva Saarinen.
Lehtomäki had some early birdies from 2nd, 3rd and 6th, but after that just 4 single bogeys, and even took the bogey here on 18 to end her round, so found the hazard. Some similarity to the Nokia Beast hole 16, but in this case there's no out of bounds, there is just hazard. Still very well designed last hole on the course, just like you said a couple of holes earlier.
Yeah, the Beast 16 though, I think the tee shot is a lot harder than here.
And if I recall correctly, they are getting rid of the drop zones on the 16th at Nokia.
Yep, the rumor has it.
Nesse in the air.
Oh, skips in bounds from the hazard over the hay bales.
Yep.
Or the logs.
Nesse has collected the most birdies on the first feature card, and for any other player on the FPO field currently has 7 birdies from today. How about Foch? She currently has 5 birdies. Go.
And
she's there.
Yeah, another difference is, as I mentioned, not the hay bales, as in Nokia, but the logs.
Yep.
Yeah.
Julia Foch and Kristin Latt are the only players in the FPO field not carding a bogey after hole 7. They have both played very clean. And here's Latt. Takes the forehand wide.
It's quite wide.
But it's good.
But it's very good.
Even closer than Foch. So Kristin Latt most definitely will be your leader going on to second day. I'd say that's not maybe the surprising thing, but for me the surprise is that the rest of the field is still hanging on so well. Very, very close.
Yeah. Everything's open.
And Saarinen, this is turned over.
Oh, it got through just barely over the logs.
Yep.
Didn't look good at all, but got the job done.
That kind of describes Silva's whole round for me, would you say?
Yeah.
Kind of gets the job done, but not quite there.
Yeah. And when you get the job done, you're sitting in minus. I was still in minus. +1 or +2, and barely in top 10.
Yeah.
At her best, she's -5, -6, just like Kristin Latt. Oh, struggling to get +1. Okay, maybe the weather got in her head or something. I mean, can't blame her for that.
Or then because we are both Finns, we always find something to blame off.
Of course, of course.
Ida Emilie Nesse, 16 years old from Norway, putting for birdie on 18 to get under par. Just a bit to the left.
So far her putting has been super convincing, and even that was a convincing putt, but that was a long putt. And of course sometimes you just have to miss them too.
Saarinen for birdie. About 8 meters left. High and left. Sits under the cage, that's gonna be a par. And Silva will be at least 6 strokes back of Kristin after round 1. Most likely 7 strokes back. That is not the best way to start your tournament. Fosh for birdie to go 4 down. That is right.
4 down. Great round. Absolutely a great round for the 13-year-old phenomenon.
And Lat to stay one off of Foss. And she does it. Kristin Lat 5 down through the first day. 2 single bogeys. Heavy rain coming down. Very well done from Lat. The world's best FPO disc golfer at the moment. Nesse saving the par. Solid round. Even par, tied for 5th place. And Silva Saarinen tied for 10th with 2 over par for the day.
And Julia Force will get about 990 rated round for her efforts today.
And here you go. The first round of the FPO at Ale Open 2025 is in the books, and we saw some great disc golf considering that the conditions were not the best possible, and we hear the wind is picking up also and the rain is not going away. Here are the leaderboard scores for the top 10. Kristin Lat 5 down, Julia Foss 4 down, and tied 3rd place Sonja Laine and Anniken Christiansen both 1 down. We're gonna have some great things going on tomorrow when we see FPO again, but we still have to hear from our leader and maybe even hear from Julia too in the same interview. I don't know, there's something coming up.
They're back, and better than ever. The 2025 Discraft Tour Series lineup has arrived featuring the fan favorite Z-Swirl plastic. Swirly, grippy, and built for flight. Z-Swirl was a standout in 2020, and now it's here again for another legendary season. Support your favorite Discraft pros and bag a piece of disc golf history. These limited edition discs won't last long, so grab yours before they're gone. Available now at discraft.com.
Great news! UPlay and the PDGA share a mission to provide education and support for healthier lifestyles through the sport of disc golf. By joining the PDGA, your membership dollars are directly at work for these amazing programs, introducing and producing disc golf players all over the world. Support our programs by joining the PDGA or donating here.
EDGE is a nationally recognized 501c3 charitable organization.
What we do is we empower the teachers with complete programming along with the equipment and a standardized curriculum. So you have a one-stop shop for teachers and youth educators. That's really what EDGE is. It makes everything simple for the teacher to get involved with disc golf.
If we want disc golf to be recognized, we need to introduce disc golf to the youth. And if nothing else, they've got a healthy game that they can enjoy with their families throughout the rest of their lives.
Your membership dollars have a huge impact on the growth of the game of disc golf. The PDGA uses membership dollars to provide and aid disc golf as it spreads across the globe. From tools like the PDGA app and Tournament Manager, services like the TD Helpline, and grant programs that support the growth of disc golf globally. Your active membership also brings you access to select member benefits, including free and discounted access to the Disc Golf Network. So sign up today, and we'll see you out on the course.
If you want to know what a disc is going to feel like before you get it, you have to check out OTB Disc. The first thing I'm looking for when I grab a new disc is the feel of the disc. It's got to be confidence instilled. Virtually in your hand tells you what the disc is going to feel like, how heavy it's going to be. It's everything you want to know before it shows up to your house.
It's really, really helpful in not only finding a disc that looks beautiful, but is also exactly what you're looking for it to feel like. Of course, when you're dealing with OTB, you're going to get only the best.
Well, here we are in the booth with me, Esa-Pekka Tupala, Jaani Länsiö, the spin doctor. What did we witness today?
Lots of rain, lots of tree hits, some lucky ones also.
Sure.
Some very stellar putting, and a young star growing up and really making a name for herself.
Yeah.
Two young stars, but one in particular.
From the woods of Kungsbacka, about an hour drive south from Ale, Julia Fors is 13 years old, and she's just one stroke behind Kristin Latt going to the second day.
Yeah, quite phenomenal. I didn't anticipate for her to really keep up with Kristin, because it's probably her first time playing in a video card with a world-class superstar, Kristin.
Sure.
Probably played here many, many times, so knows the course, I assume. But still, to keep up, they basically started with a bogey, and her last bogey was on hole 6, and after that, only birdies and pars.
Yeah.
It's pretty convincing for a 13-year-old.
Just like that.
For anybody, but especially for her age. Very convincing.
Yes. 6 birdies for both Kristin and Julia. And after that, we are going to see 2 other players in the first card tomorrow. In the lead card, Sonja Laine from Finland and Anniken Christiansen Steen from Norway. So 4 nationalities in the lead card tomorrow. I believe we have a double interview coming up from both Kristin and Julia. And she's 13 years old, and she's still very well prepared for those in English interviews also. I believe we're going to go and see the interview. Let's go.
Okay, I'm here with Julia Fors and Kristin Latt. Julia, let's start with you. First of all, congratulations on a great round, and happy Sweden Day. This is a special day for your nation. What does it feel like to get to play in front of the home crowd on your home course on a day like this?
It feels amazing. It was very fun, and it just felt amazing.
You played very well. Did you feel any pressure or nerves in this situation?
No, I was trying to think them away and just play my game and focus forward.
The rain wasn't much of an issue on the front 9, but then it came down pretty heavy on the back 9. What was it like to deal with those conditions?
It was very wet, but I was trying to not think about it and play, but it was wet.
Kristin, this is the second event in a row you've got to play with some of the most amazing young local talent in the game. What is it like to have those experiences?
I mean, it's
it's just amazing to see them play, like both Julia and Ida, and of course Silva. I mean, I've played with her plenty of times, but to see those young girls like rise up and play their game, and their technique is so good. I was just like, I don't know, I just loved seeing them throw, and I think Julia didn't make a single bad shot. Her shots were all amazing, executed so well, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is perfect. And I had the front row seat, so I'm not complaining.
Yeah, statistically, she out-threw you just a little bit less on the green there. You shined there. You have a one-stroke lead going into moving day tomorrow. We expect better conditions. What's the game plan?
Pretty much the same. I mean, I have my game plan. I just have to stay away from OBs. I feel like I had some bad approach shots today, not really getting the birdies that I felt I should have had. So yeah, but overall I loved my scrambling game today. I felt like I put myself in some tough situations. So yeah, I'm hoping to play like Julia. It seemed very stress-free. Like she was on the fairway at all times, and when you're playing good, you're playing good, and you're just strolling. So I wanna jump into that train, you know.
Sounds great. Here at the end, Julia, would you like to say something in your native tongue to the people out there watching on National Sweden Day?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, nothing to say. Anyway, great shooting today, and we'll get to see you tomorrow on the lead card. Yeah. Congratulations and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There it is. Congratulations, both. Very similar scorecards.
Yeah, exactly. The game plan, or the hit game plan with the young Swede, that's exactly how you need to execute. Just play.
Yep.
I mean, why would you be nervous? You're tossing plastic circles in the woods. If it's raining, it's raining. Just play.
Enjoy your time with the world's best player and players, should we say.
Yeah.
They both took bogeys on hole number 1 and hole number 6, and that is something that they are gonna try to approve for tomorrow.
I mean, hole number 1 is a tough hole because it's the first one, of course, but you can play it super safe and get your par. And already you're improved one shot. Of course, on the woodsy holes, you can have different kind of results no matter what you try, but on that hole you can really play it safe. You're not taking a birdie anyway. Nobody's taking a birdie. So
Julia Fors leading the stats over Kristin on both Circle 1 and Circle 2 in regulation. So Julia actually better of throwing the disc today.
Yeah, and it looked like that. I mean, the stats don't lie. A little bit left to improve in the putting green. She's only 24th in the C1X. Didn't can any Circle 2 putts. So maybe something to do in the evening if you really need to feel like practicing something. Go to the putting green. But the drives were on point.
Yeah, Fors actually 81% fairways hit.
Yeah.
And Kristin was something 56% or something? Something like that.
Yeah.
So Julia, very well done for your round today. Of course, very well done, Kristin. And we will see them tomorrow in the lead card with Sonja Laine and Anniken Christiansen-Steen. We still have one more thing to do on this broadcast before we have a short break before the FPO starts, and that's going to be OTB shot of the day. There were quite a few of those, I feel like. I'd like to have mentioned something that really brings those friendly trees in play, but I believe that might not be one of them. But I'm going to say Silva's putt. What was it hole 10? The long C2's edge.
Can't remember now, but I will also take Silva putt. I think it was hole number 2 when the disc hit the band. Dropped in without
that was cool.
Without touching the chains. I mean,
let's go see what is the OTB shot of today for the FPO on Friday, Ale Open 2025. Drum roll, please.
Can't be I'm in silver putt.
Yeah, got it. Hole 10, about 20 meters on point, and on point was the landing in the basket.
Yeah, beautiful putt. She struggled on the putting green, but that was pure gold.
And the broadcast times are on your screen. So local time 9:30 a.m. Central European time is going to be the TO for the FPO for the weekend. And for the MPO, it's going to stay the same. It's going to be 3 p.m. Central European time. And for the fans at the United States, FPO starts 3:30 a.m. US Eastern and 9 a.m. for the MPO. And so that's going to be about 1.5 hours of break before the MPO starts. And thank you, Jani, for being in the booth.
Thank you, Epe.
We'll see you just a few.